Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Timbit, welcome in, congratulations on being first. Psycho Reaper, it's good to see you. Kieran, hello, hello. We're starting on the title screen here today because I noticed the title screen actually changed after we beat the previous episode. Now it's the airplane. Prior to this, it was Edgeworth's office, so I think that's a cool little touch. So we're gonna do episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. And yes, we're starting stream a little earlier today because I want to finish this episode all in one stream, and I think it's about 5 hours long, give or take. So this will give us time so that we don't run too late into the night. So all the streams scheduled for this week, some of them have earlier start times by a little bit, just so I have a little bit extra time. The nice thing is, because I've played this game before, I can look up other people's playthroughs and get an estimate of how long each episode is and plan my streams accordingly so we can find some natural breakpoints between each stream. Okay, so let's start this one. Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. Somewhere. It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir! I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? That I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off. Let's see. I checked that the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. Oh, he has Tenero's suitcase. That's really cute. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Welcome to Gatewaterland! Huh? Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger! Nice to meet you! Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad! Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Amino. Sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. So at the end of the last case, Edgeworth got a phone call from someone he knew named Ernest Amino, and Ernest said that his son had been kidnapped. And that's where we kind of start this episode with. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. This person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Oh. Look at the sign behind Edgeworth. There's a few references on that sign. We have the Battle of the Magicians, Max Galactica versus Troop Gramarye. Actually, it says Troop Garmarye. That must be a typo. And the Gaviners Special Concert. That's kind of cool. So they have references to Justice for All and Apollo Justice, even though Apollo Justice chronologically takes place after this game. This game did come out after Apollo Justice, so that's kind of neat. Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. Just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. This place looks good with the graphical updates. What a dismal place. That's it! Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go. Now. Ugh. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. It was a trap! March 13th, 11:23 a.m. I remember when this game first came out, that image of Edgeworth with the proto-badger behind him became like a little bit of a meme image for a while. People used it for all sorts of memes back then. Hey Yami, hey Ash, welcome to the stream. That guy betrayed. No, can't be. And the deal. Who is that? What are they talking about? Split. Police. Alright. In front of. Meet up. I can't move my body. Hey Angora, welcome to the stream. I fear I may faint again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. Why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gunshu lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. Not to be confused with the Mishima Zaibatsu. He doesn't quite look like Heihachi here. Aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. I see they found another use for the Edgeworth tied up sprite animations from the last episode. Ha! Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way, I'm not in such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. Ugh, I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Ahem. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatagarasu. Great thief? Did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. I like Kay's musical theme so much. It's got that like Eastern flair, like the ninja kind of undertones, but it's like peppy. I really like it. Itsuki, welcome to the stream. You can call me Kay. Kay? Good. Glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you'd be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. As he makes another silly face. Hey Luke, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go. What relief. I owe you my thanks. It's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what questions should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think a young lady like me couldn't possibly be a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. I'm the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know? Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? Why, of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. Kiro and Edgeworth would get along because they're both no-nonsense types. I think Edgeworth is a little bit too stuck up for me, but I would definitely get along with him better than I would get along with, like, Larry, for example. You say you're the Yatagarasu. Do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? Yep. The most righteous of the righteous. The legendary Great Thief. But I inherited the title only recently. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet, as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it. There's just no reasoning with the prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing. What would that be? But that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So, you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Ah, now I remember! How can you remember something I just told you? She sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way! I don't hear you! La la la. Okay, you do remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Boost me! Whoops, a slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over and out to the window if we climb this. Good thinking! And if it's climbing actually you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck. Count on it. The great thief Yatagrasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go! As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Isn't this my phone? Looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. But we do have a way. Right here. Ah! There was a cell phone here the whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precincts for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir, I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta... Ah! What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to make do with me. Who is this? Shilong Lang of Interpol. Pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. Why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or a global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. Why would you say that? Lang Zi says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. Ugh. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wants to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come to find you. Eventually. You... What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No. My phone ran out of power. No way! Doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we'll be sure to find a way out. They're holding a blue badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the blue badger, it's his whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Take a picture of every member of the badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering throughout the park. Best of luck. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that, that's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? Somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint HELP in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually that might not be really great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? Man, why do they have to put the windows so high up anyway? How is a thief supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Ha! That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I could just jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why do they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Even if we want to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you'd better study up on the whole badger clan with this. What is this thing? Think of it as a bible of all the things you'd ever need to know about the clan. Whatever. I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. I love how a bad badger, a vile criminal, with a gun. And he has like a goatee. The proto-badger is just creepy. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. Aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owns the police from all those cases they solved. They have all the power of the state and they use it to make a theme park? It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped, double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy just from the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. And something is what is relevant to my interest. Look, it's the blue badger. I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis. What in the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badge right in his name. That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And I think he's out there wandering around in this park. Better be careful, or he's gonna arrest me by the power of his name alone. Somehow doubt the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it, I decided thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign himself, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? I suppose this is a Pink Badger. But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and I'm wearing pink too. And her lips are red, see? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? Edgeworth does not enforce gender stereotypes. Nothing to say about that one? Okay. Oh, now you have something new to say. You know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seemed like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, they went into the next room. Let's see what we can find out through the slot. Oh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from here. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There's nothing unusual about this area. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may just have found our ticket out. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome, they're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. There's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold up a propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me. Did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how we'll get out of here. Take this! Forcibly jams two puzzle pieces together in my mind. This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried, and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. Huh, I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means there should be a panel in this room that we can open up as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was hidden by this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. If only we had a key. Aw, fiddlesticks. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright, I got the secret door open. And now... Oh, wait! Ah! Are you alright, Kay? I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened. You've only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way, I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable? I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay. Oh, so how are we gonna bust out? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see. If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well then, what are we waiting for? Alright, now we can get out of here. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13th, 12:11 p.m. Wild, Wild West area. It looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, Count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 98, 99. Jifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. Huh. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cubs off like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? He looks so good in HD. The fur on his fur-lined jacket actually looks a little fluffy. I love his ridiculous sunglasses. And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it. Shifu! Shifu! You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Sheena. This isn't much, but please accept my card. I like how he's like cool and intimidating, but he's also like very polite. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it? I know that in Japanese culture, business cards are very significant and important. You treat them with a high amount of respect. I like how the blue badger disappears when we go to the talking portraits. Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhengfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? It's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! You sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is, if I'd been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Ackery Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in this investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, man. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed! Sir. Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit here, tight, and don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait. Mr. Edgeworth. It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Are you sure? We just met Mr. LeBlanc yesterday. Why of all places did he show up here, and completely out of the blue like that? I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So, what are you gonna do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. You're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief, I'm the Yatagarasu. As I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing. Yeah, her hairpin is a key. I really like her design. I like it because it's like, it's simple, but there's so much like little bits of symbolism and things laced into it, while not being overcomplicated. That's my favorite type of design. And some of the later Ace Attorney games have some pretty good designs. Even the print on her shirt is like the classic, you know, like Japanese, like Tanuki thief print. What is this one and only thing you're after? The Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? That can't be, can it? Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump out into the real world and gallop away. Almost being the key word. So the Blue Badger is a recurring mascot in the Ace Attorney universe. He's a mascot for the police, but this is the first time we've really seen people dressed as him. That wriggling, I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. It's a cactus, and there's something written here on the sign. This cactus is a very gracious gift to the Gate Waterland from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. It's an empty barrel. I venture to guess that its only purpose is to set the mood. This horizontal bar is used for tying up horses. Apparently you can ride real horses at the Cowboys Ranch area just up ahead. Is it possible the culprits have already escaped with the help of a stolen horse or two? Under Agent Lang's orders, we already rounded up all the horses, and every last one has been accounted for. Agent Lang is good, although I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm impressed just yet. It's an old-fashioned rocking chair, the kind that makes you feel instantly at ease. There's something written here. A soothing 10-minute sitting for only $100! I see. Reverse psychology. Make it so expensive that no one would dare sit on it. Some sort of tracks were left in the mud here thanks to the rain. They look like tire tracks. Too bad they're destroying the Wild West atmosphere that worked so hard to create. Tires on whatever made these probably got pretty muddy as well. Oh, I can't even talk to this guy? Great job, detective. Sir! For losing sight of me, and the kidnapper, and allowing my investigation to become hijacked. Sir. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? There's a post that's going around Twitter now, but like, because you know, when Ace Attorney games get translated to other languages, they often change the names because they want puns, right? Which are usually very language specific. And it's funny because people have been making fun of this for a while, but Edgeworth's name in French is Benjamin Hunter. Which just sounds so funny. I don't know why, it just sounds so funny. So, like, the French logo for this game says, Ace Attorney Investigations, Benjamin Hunter. And then people have recently been sharing around that Gumshoe's name in the French version, his first name is still Dick, so that hasn't changed. Because, you know, Dick is also a name or word used to describe detectives, like a private dick. But his name in French is Dick Detective. It's just so funny, I don't know, it's just so silly. Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. Then why didn't an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda. So the question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, where is it? What is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, me! It's been like that since, well, forever. Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role. How can you say something so serious with that giant smile on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief in our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. Like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Lance! Lance, where are you, son? Mr. Amino. Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair after you just returned. For you, Mr. Amino, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only ask. I could use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. Just look at all those wads of bills in his, like... You guys can't see it too well. Just tucked into his waistband. So who's the old man? He is the father of the current kidnapped Lance Amino, Ernest Amino. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? He doesn't sound like as concerned as you would think he would be. Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. Okay, there we go. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amino. Hold on there. Then what happened to all that money? I believe that $1 million has been stolen, and the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Give me, Mr. Amino. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Amino. You don't understand. He hasn't called me daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I recorded him saying that. Definitely should have recorded that conversation. Not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? I will tell you about Lance, help you get him back. Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Yeah, the happy, cheerful music also makes it sound like he doesn't really care about his son. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age. Kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Hey Axie, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave. What about his family and friends? They say they hadn't seen him. I tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Amano, it was my fault the culprits escaped. Which is why, with your blessing, I vow to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. Alright, well, what are we waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it. So what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently. Which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get going. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off, I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile! All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way. I'm not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go. No! Boy, have I got just the job for someone of your talents. Well, that was exciting. Okay. What? Can't you tell I'm already ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on, I finally get to be your assistant, and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Huh. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know? Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. Huh. You're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Yes? Hey, what do you think about the kidnapping? Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually I was hoping you could tell me. Oh, that's right. I never did explain the situation to you. I got involved because of a phone call I received. It was from none other than the director of the Amino group, Mr. Ernest Amino. His only son Lance had been kidnapped and he wanted me to be the drop-off man. Little did I suspect that I would be abducted myself. And that's when I found you tied to a pole screaming, "No!" Can you please drop that already? Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Ha! I've got you now, you vile criminals! I think the kidnappers would have better sense than try hiding in these. Oh, come on. Lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think the criminals would be hiding here, right in front of 2 officers. I certainly hope not. Oh, I already did this one. Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. I remember hearing rain fall out here while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just passing rain. That's why the ground is already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. They left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we followed them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think that'll be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Aw, and here I was hoping we would get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. If these were real, I wonder what you'd put in them. Water would be the obvious answer. But if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it just go bad? People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really liked the strange taste. Look who's making fun of them now. Look, there's a blurb about the cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. So, is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Ah, just kidding. They wouldn't do something so silly. Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They look so lifelike, don't you think? Or do you think you're wrangling, or rather, stealing them? If you can coax them out of here, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet-talk them out. I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay. Set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Aha! So that means the car left from the garage at some time, right? Correct. For the car to leave these tracks, it would mean it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. 3 treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. I don't know, watching the Blue Badger dance like that just makes me happy. Hey, it's the Blue Badger! Badger, get! I really don't understand why she's so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Aha! Ah! You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir! And I was to remain under the head, sir! Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir! This is another recurring character in the Ace Attorney franchise. This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. The only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir! Because I'm not a police officer right now, sir! I'm the Blue Badger! And I'm creating memories and dreams with the kids! That's never a waste of time, sir! I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir! I was patrolling the scorching, boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled and the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detectives, sir. I rushed over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone. But it seems some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir. I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor. How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir! For about 1 hour, sir. It's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. But however, sir, I must tell you, I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No, but I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume. About 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone blue badger. What did you say now? What you said just now is contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts. Oops, didn't mean to press that.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait. You said that you saw a blue badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the blue badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another blue badger wandering the premises. What, sir? Then that would mean that there are 2 blue badgers walking around. Why? I like how he looks just standing there with his silly face. A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know! It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are... a blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those 3. So there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh? Now that we know the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, these footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes. More than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here. They both do look like possible candidates. This says walking off to the west. It just stops. I can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth! I've got him! I've got one of the culprits! Ah, no! I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Okay, clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha! Maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir! Roger will go, sir! Well, he was standing right in front of the clue. Let's open the shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Ah! You mean no one's opened up this garage door? What the? We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Amino, are you saying this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. Why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate the crime scene quickly before Agent Lang or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage. And right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. He's sure on calm for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This looks familiar, huh? There's an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Is it something valuable? She seems to regain some of her composure. Looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it. It's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver. Nice! It is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Deveray. It's a name. Colin Deveray. This man's name is... As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder. So that means he was shot twice? No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one in his shoulder is an exit wound. Nice! I knew you could figure it out. Comes with experience. I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went through. I should make a note of this oddity. Is this spot somehow connected to any evidence I hold? There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amino family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Deveray. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Lance! Lance, where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are... Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Stop it, Lauren! You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Oh, yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name's Lauren Pops. her silly ring pop. His girlfriend. Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. Well, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are gonna see it. So I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Oh. You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. May I inquire as to why you're here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately. And I began to get really worried. Oh. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance! I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. My men brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now. Suspect? Ooh. Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What, sir? I had nothing to do with it, sir. Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? You even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins. Huh, I leave that kind of stuff to your prosecutors. It's your job after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning. But that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. That's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two on our hearts. That's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Huh. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I've sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Zi says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give you your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Shilong Lang's logic. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured out that much, yeah? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? That is your reasoning? Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What's this philosophy of detainment? Ha! You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girly. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf. Why the wolf? Because in my language, lang means wolf. And don't mess with me or my pack. As for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi. You'd think I've heard of him and his teachings, if he's that famous. Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zhengfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But thousands of years ago, that makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that could be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh, then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct? I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right?
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Go back!
Hey, don't pat yourself on the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? Lang Zi says, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? What would you know about the killer? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Because, you know, we're in Japan, California.
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study when every child on a street corner already knows? It's that... the China! The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right?
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh? Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. Power of sheer numbers. We have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you! Show me your gun. Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Gun! What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir, I lost my gun, sir! How could you be so irresponsible? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun.
Hold it!
You mean to tell me the murder occurred here in this garage? From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I'd say it's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Lang Zi says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. Hey, finally a quote even I've heard of before. Furthermore, Lang Zi says, successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. What? However, I simply can't stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shi Long Lang. Just what sort of investigator are you? Yeah, I like how every time Sheena comes into frame, she just kind of like slides in, like really smoothly, and then she just slides away. It's so good. Despite the fact the final bullet went clean through the body, there's very little blood at the site where the body was found.
Objection!
There's that smug smile. Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself it was a little too clean? So you did notice there was far too little blood. So you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here. Because this isn't the crime scene. And if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir! You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligation so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth! Please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir! Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened. Sir! Not you too! his zoom-in face is so funny. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers, while selling dreams of the blue Badgermobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this blue Badgermobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So the blue Badgermobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. You try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir! Roger, sir! Hey Ditsinal, welcome to the stream. It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. You must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay then, why are you here in the Wild Wild West area? It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what did you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at the point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger mobile, sir.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am. Like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am. Like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the Blue Badger mobile along, it's my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children, sir.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers. No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks before I knew it. The good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir, that's right, sir. That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekin's story. I have the feeling he'll need some prodding before you spill the beans.
Objection!
Officer Meekins, I would appreciate if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir, I'm lying, sir. Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, what is it doing inside the garage? Ah! Actually, I just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized that the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. Which would mean it was perhaps stolen. And that's when I came back to the area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Not so fast!
A likely story. Who do you think is gonna buy such a convenient tale as that? What exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen. It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used all right to move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me.
But it wasn't me, sir! The killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir!
Agent Lying, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. We can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth, schmooth. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You would interfere with another one of my investigations. Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. Ugh. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. If you don't, I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. I love how in the Ace Attorney series, because obviously the finger pointing is very iconic, but there's so many different characters that do finger pointing, and they all do it a little bit differently from each other. And I really like that. March 13th, 1:22 p.m. Gatewaterland, main gate. Chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything, however I'll bite. What shouldn't a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with, ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that with my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself. Alright, and I'm gonna work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go! I still never said she could be my assistant. Ugh. I'm just gonna drop the issue. The first thing we need to do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium! A witness? You, what did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? The jig is up! Mr. Edgeworth, remember, I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir. Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. March 13th, 1:42 p.m. Stadium. Hey Lork, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you today. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth! Long time no see. It's her! You are Miss Emma Skye, correct? This girl's the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I really like Emma. I'm so mad that they didn't make this game her as the main character, but the investigation games both turned out really good, so I can't complain, but I would still love an Emma spin-off. I also think the hat and the glasses, I mean, she's always had the glasses, but I think the hat here looks really good with her. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet! More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes, scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Yes? Look deep in thought. Care to share, Kay? With all that's happened, I'm getting a little confused. For example, what that detective said earlier. About how we must look for the witness at the stadium. No, not that. The I'm always rooting for you bit. I was thinking how sweet that is. It's like you two are best friends. I think you're a little confused, alright, Kay. I assume this is another Badger mobile. Yeah, but it's a different color than the blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the retina-searing pink model. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in the past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm gonna be a super forensic scientist someday, you'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Sky. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday. And I'm training to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. So why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I just missed you. And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. Oh look, she's got her own Nintendo DS. I use these to track your footprints, and I follow them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground. When you shine the special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. Wait, girl, you're telling me you followed him from the airport all the way here by following his footprints? It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Hey Fate, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping in today. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Thanks for calling, Kirby. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking? So let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? What's that off in the distance? Oh hey, it's the pink badger! Badger get! Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? I like how it says tough love on the pink badger. I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. Yeah, she's wearing handcuffs. I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore! You're... No, why her? Why here? Why now? I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kid's dream alive by staying in character. But how couldn't you pick up on what I was trying to convey to you? I'm sick and tired of this roundabout way of talking, so I'm just gonna be direct. I have a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today's gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger. You could say that, but right now I'm just the Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag. But you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy. Hey Leon, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite. Also, I want to note that Wendy Oldbag finally got her own character theme song music. Because in the first game that you meet her, the only music that plays when she talks is just the investigation theme. And then in the second game, she shares a generic theme with Mo the Clown and Ben the Ventriloquist. They all have the same generic, like, rowdy character theme. But in this game, she finally gets her own character theme. Although the character theme doesn't have her name in it. It's just called Noisy People. So it's supposed to be a generic theme for kind of some of these, like, interesting weirdo characters. But Noisy People only plays when she's on the screen, so it's her theme. It also really fits her too, I think. You can kind of tell it's got a little bit of that, like, annoying old lady type of vibe to it, you know? Thanks for the sleeveless redeem. Weren't you the security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. Thank you for the stretch. You guys at home, make sure you stretch. Take care of yourselves and sit up straight in your seats. She had to cash in her entire pension to buy theme music. She came out of retirement to work as a mascot. I got called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy-Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. It doesn't matter how old they get, they continue with their young girls. One or the other day, I happened to my unit, finally got to notice me. You went and got an arranged marriage with an 18-year-old. I'll see what he sees in her at all. As they see the persimmon trees, takes 3 years to ripen. You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her any further. Yeah, the text tends to progress on its own when she's talking. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think fate is going to be kind today. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true, she is the witness. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment the murder. You mean to say you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. Oh great, here we go. I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over, and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. You guys are impressed with my ability to read Oldbag's lines. We'll see how long that lasts. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end supposed to mean, Edgy-Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. I came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell of sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting? Oh yes, that, well. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in the area.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They look like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just foals compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely! That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat! What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could find someone who could help. 2 men, 1 bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? So, about this new problem, what's that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean. I swear, it's something you're going to like. What's that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is a secret weapon of a great thief. I should have known it would be worthless. Aw, don't be like that. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief? I dare say, I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a little bit far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I use it like this... Let's see, Miss Oldbag said the 2 men were facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out, and the victim fell to the floor. So with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is the super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. But if there isn't enough information or if something's out of place, the recreation could come off a little strange. In other words, I could use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it! You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Kay Faraday, the very first AI artist. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in this simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? Yes? So you believe this gadget will provide us with the proof we need? Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info like this, it can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists. Training sim for thievery. I don't believe I could turn a deaf ear to that, K. But it's for practice. Practice! It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking. Even if it is just practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't exist in the past. I see. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence, too. Very well, let's continue with the investigation. If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask any time, okay? Does anyone happen to have a Geiger counter on them? I think this is a very clever game mechanic. I mean, other than the fact that it's, you know, science fiction, but because Investigations, of course, is different from the Ace Attorney games because you can walk around and examine things, right? So being able to imagine a crime scene and examine it like that works perfectly with the type of gameplay they're trying to create here. I'm also surprised Oldbag didn't say anything about this. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item?
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. The fact that there's no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Edgy Poo, how can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there's another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. It's a silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Kay, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief. She does have a point. Looks like they broke the stage down. I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start to run tomorrow. Following a kidnapper's prints led us to a body. Was the victim in a costume? Oh. Is it not possible the victim was wearing a costume? So you really think Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there's a very good chance he was. And that if he was shot when he's inside one of those stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only you could prove the victim was wearing a costume. I mean, you would think that that'd be something that Oldbag would remember. You'd think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints. But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how you go about finding some of those. Emma, I need your help. This is amazing! Just feel the power of science! Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well, if you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now, witness the power of science at work. Okay, but it looks more to me like Kay was the one doing that. Oh, never mind. She needs to put away Little Thief. Hey, I found something. Look, right there. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put on these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I want to see Edgeworth wearing the pink glasses. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest. Then we can conclude the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Yeah, like wearing the pink glasses from Blaze Blue. The spectacles of Eros. Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief's simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. What old bag witnessed? I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So, does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See, I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into the recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. I came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. Oh, okay, this is the same dialogue. Two men, how did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Ah! Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. The funny thing about Oldbag 2 is every time she's involved in any case, one of her contradictions always has to do with someone wearing a costume. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. Ah! I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, you know, I was using the phrase in a metaphorical sense. Ugh. I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and again to take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was young. People back then, a good man from 100 paces away as I walked down the street noticed me in a flash and tried to make their move, but I'm not that easy with a judgmental eye, but I never... Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. Silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. But Little Thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away, we may even find more info with which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. That woman's testimony is to be believed. The murder occurred before the stage was broken down. You want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. Oh, okay, this is the same information. There's clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on, it wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage setup in the spot at the time. Yeesh, I told you, I get it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in that case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember it now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See? Let me update the info in the simulation. Well, well, what do we have here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here at the stadium. I see. Thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You two! Sir. There you have it, see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Ugh. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer? Of course! Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. Agent Lang's logic. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. When the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. How far will you go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yatagarasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion is yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. This is the real scene of the crime.
Hold it!
Looks like we found the real crime scene first. Huh, brag all you want, but we don't have that free time unlike the two of you. Huh. You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as he whimpers home. Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. Xie. That's how we say thanks in my country. You're welcome. I hope he realizes we didn't do all this for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage.
Hold it!
Lying in wait. How did Officer Meekins even know the victim was gonna come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Objection!
Huh. And why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper?
Not so fast!
You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. Huh. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. The lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So, the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. When the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high.
Hold it!
So you agree with how our recreation turned out? Like I said, I'm grateful you were able to save me some time. Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wants to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decide to put on a Badger stage show of his own? Maybe there's a completely different reason. What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. That's the truth your little recreation showed. So you honestly believe that what you're saying is what really occurred? Hey, you're the ones who came up with this scenario. Are you saying you doubt yourselves? Ugh, touché. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation. Huh, then does that mean it all went down just as he says? No, not quite. I wonder if what we recreated earlier was the whole truth. I mean, according to our assessment, the bullet entered his abdomen and exited his shoulder. But Edgeworth just kind of made up that fact on the fly. It could very well be the other way around, but we're just gonna go with what Edgeworth's assessment is, because apparently he's correct.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Ugh! Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions. No, this one points as the only flaw. This was the mistaken parameter on recreation. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong. Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say. Yeah, exit wounds are bigger than entry wounds, but Edgeworth didn't get a chance to actually, like, look at the body. He just glanced at it from, like, a meter away, so I don't think he'd be able to figure that out unless he actually looked at it, but it didn't sound like he did, because we didn't have much time. Unless he did it off screen. I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. If this is what happened, it also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume that then the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Look at this badger on badger violence. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Lang? Huh. Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime. Another bit of proof. I ask you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. The story Officer Meekins told about that shop on the wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did. 3 tire tread marks are very telling, however. Is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? I ask you take another good look at the tire marks over there.
Hold it!
Tire marks. Yeah, the tire marks. The ones there behind the stage. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. As for when they were made, they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct? Yes, and probably around the same time as when the killer's footprints were made. The tires on the blue Badgermobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. I'd say it's a blue Badgermobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too. The 3 marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile. Thanks, Lork. Yeah, there's been a lot of these, like, view bots on Twitch lately. I've been trying my best to, like, ban the words that they use, but they keep using weird symbols instead of letters to try to get around it.
Hold it!
3 tire marks. I have to agree that the blue Badgermobile has 3 tires. Of course! The only thing in this park that could make those marks is that roving shop.
Objection!
Are you forgetting that there are, in fact, 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto-Badgermobiles, Agent Lang.
Not so fast!
Of course, I didn't think it could be either of the other 2. But I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on the wheels getting stolen was just a lie.
Hold it!
Of course, you have some sort of proof it was all just a lie, correct? Of course not. Well, that was blunt. But suppose it is a lie, it would explain a lot of things. Like his movements and his whereabouts. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder.
Hold it!
So you still claim the tire marks belong to the blue Badgermobile. It must have arrived on the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area.
Hold it!
Besides the blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved.
Not so fast!
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regard to that scene? Looks like the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams. Only if what Agent Lang believes turns out to be true. The 3 tire tread marks are very telling, however. Is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? So, we want to look at the Badgermobile because it's the thing that he thinks is leaving the tire treads, right? Yeah, I think this is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekin's blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves the blue Badgermobile had never been to the stadium?
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Ugh. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as a very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badgermobile?
Don't be ridiculous. I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats.
Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger? That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of a Proto-Badgermobile. Agent Lang, I suggest you find this Proto-Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Hey, did you hear something? Help me. Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West with kidnappers. It was in the room next to the one I was held in. Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of kidnappers? I like how they're just letting him lie on the ground as they talk to him. No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. A woman? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you gonna get out of my crime scene, or am I gonna have to get rough? Ugh, again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you.
That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper?
Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not gonna rough either of you up, I give you my word. Come on out, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate?
Fair maidens? My, you little rascal, you sure know the way to a woman's heart.
Lang Zi says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever.
Trying to outdo my etchy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with. So we're clear, I'm only interested in giving you my statement.
Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth. To be continued. Can I also say I love the back of Sheena's outfit, the way it's backless. It looks really good on her. Actually, I really like Sheena's character design. I think it's really good. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With land safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true, tell me you've really found my boy! Yes, Mr. Amino, we found him earlier in the stadium.
And my little Lance is unhurt.
It's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Lang.
Poor Lance, it must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a...
Oh, I'm in control now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Good work, officer.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I thought you wanted to talk with Mr. Amino and Miss Pops.
I do. Perhaps I should start with them before I do anything else. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Wait, can I go here? Yes, I can!
Why is there a blue badger here too?
Are you deathly allergic to him or something?
It's not that. It's more that half smile on his face. It's really unsettling.
She's disturbed by the half smile. I'm more disturbed by its movements and how it managed to obstruct an investigation. This man looks suspiciously like the precinct. Look at the lovely smile on the blue badger's face.
It's looking at me. Make it stop. It's scary.
It's alright, dear. You want to know something? I was the one who created the blue badger. See? Look at his eyes. Don't they look just like Daddy's?
It's scary. It's scary because they look like yours, Daddy.
Well, that was rather depressing. I think I'd better leave the two of them alone. I like how she's wearing like a little blue badger hat. So this is the chief of police, and he is technically a recurring character in the Ace Attorney series, but he never has a portrait, and he's never important. You can see him in the background of Turnabout Goodbyes and Rise from the Ashes every time they go back to the police precinct. He's just kind of sitting in the office at the back. He seems also to be pretty inept at his job, let's say. To think they were but a hotel, now they have their own safari park attraction. Talk about a veritable goulash of rides and attractions. There's so many of them, you'd think they would have a ninja house. Like one of those buildings with a zillion secret places to hide in. Those are fun. Well, they don't.
Hey, how can you be so sure?
Oh, I know. I bet they really have one, but it's hidden in real ninja fashion. Come on out, ninja house. I know you're around here somewhere. A hidden ninja house. Next, you'll be looking for a lost pirate ship.
That lamp looks like it's got a lot of good stories to tell about the olden days.
Oh, it looks incredibly new to me.
Mr. Edgeworth, you need to lighten up and get a sense of humor.
I was rather rude, but just this once I'll look the other way. On second thought, maybe the first thing you need to work on is tact. Right over here. They say that couples who cross this bridge together will find happiness. Or so the Gatewaterland pamphlet says.
But you think they'd already be happy because they were able to come together.
Logistics aside, I wonder who came up with this tale and when. This bridge doesn't look old enough to be the stuff of legends.
Well, some things are better left uninvestigated, don't you think? Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance is bliss, as he doesn't say anything about Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl being back here. It's just a little cameo, but it's just so funny, because I guess in the original version of this game, right, it's all pixel art. And I think Phoenix's boat is a little bit further away, and they're pixelated, right? So you can kind of be like, oh, well, I guess Edgeworth maybe just doesn't see them, right? But then here, it's like, okay. Clear as day, he's right there. Maybe you need to check your eyesight, Edgeworth. Also, you can only see this part at this point in the game. I think once you talk to Amino and Pops, the plot progresses and you can't come here, so it's actually a very small window where you can come in and see them. I learned my lesson from the last episode, when I accidentally left for the lounge too fast. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter. Yeah, good point. Even on vacation, Phoenix is in his lawyer's suit. On the boat. Oh, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe you received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? It's a very simple love letter. My dear Lance Amino, may I come see you again? Your beloved, Viola. If you've played Trials and Tribulations, you know immediately which character this is. Viola Cadaverini. Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company. Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. He loves me not. He loves me not. Oh, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose, if they were me, then... Yum yum. I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am, but... Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. Congratulations, he gave you a ring pop. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It's strawberry flavored. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Ah, it's so wonderful. Hey Kyoko, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today, it's good to see you. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided? Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amino. And so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amino group. What did he do? Kyoko, your name is also Felix, right? Or do I have that mixed up? I was like, I think I recognize your username, but I'm not 100% sure, so I apologize if I'm wrong. I heard his job was to fly around the world. On Pegasus. Pegasus? Oh, that is correct. Okay, good. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You based everything on that? I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. Again, she started fantasizing again. So what are you gonna do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there's one location that might hold a clue or two. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there's no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Whoever heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but... Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? Man in this picture. Isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? Colin Deveray. Male, right-handed, 5'8", 123.45 pounds. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Pen E. Dent Prison. Pen E. Dent. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. But the name here says Colin Deveray. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Deveray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail, and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact he was an escaped felon. I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine, let's focus one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. Well, no, I actually do want to see what those papers say. Oh wait, that's it? Okay, I thought there was more than one page. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a while ago, sir, but since then, the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 13th, 2:55 p.m., Kidnapper's Hideout. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. While you were tied up for a while in the room next door... Okay, please, must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. What have we here? Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Huh. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoners in. You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room. As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout, then that means there should be some clues to their identities here, right? I don't know if there are, however the probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. Hey, there's a trap door in this room too! It's not a trap door, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked, so Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Oh, they have barrels like those outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these are real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes. I'm about to dash. This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw out the costumes away in pieces. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome no face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. Oh, okay, so you prefer to go by Felix, right? Thanks for the clarification. You guys should also go check out Felix / Kyoko Puff's Twitter because they're doing a model reveal and they have a really cool boxer character who has a really cool design, so you guys should go check that out. You also submitted a character to our latest Fight or Flight stream, I believe, right? Your character was pretty cool. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Cheap styrofoam cups. Huh, looks like there's only 3 cups, that only 3 cups were used. Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. Huh, there are 3 chairs set around the table. I wonder what this key is to. Ah, you got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it! This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trap door, you only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I'm not having this conversation with you. A poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on the wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige, Gatewater Land has it all and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? A sign advertising the photo rally, something I have absolutely no interest in. Wait, look at Edgeworth's feet. He's floating in the air or standing on the poster, one of the two. Yeah, I do, but I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family, you'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. Edgeworth, how are you doing that? How are you floating? Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth! It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is it here? Are they planning to repair it? Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. There's not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Those chairs are not stacked perfectly. Look at them, they're a little bit off. The middle one is a little bit off from the other two. Come on. Common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there's a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? Oh, there's something on the floor here. You guys can't see it. It's right there. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful of where you step, Kay. I only fell into that other opening once, you know. Wait, that's the same dialogue. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this thing is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. How is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How could that be? It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock and anyone can see it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It could only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. You see how the handle is completely destroyed. So that's how the sword broke. Thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah! What is it? Well, well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay? Ah, I beg your pardon, miss. Proto Badger gets. Alright, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh! See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger and I'm done. Oh yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. What? It's gone! But where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen. But they say that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little bit more about these costumes you use. What do you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. Actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. I love this picture. The Proto Badger looks so creepy. It's a stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then that doesn't make it near impossible. Doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist?
Take that!
Looking here, you can plainly see that a 4th kidnapper is out of the question. Look where? Do you know what he's trying to say, Mr. Proto Badger? No. Oh. I'm very sorry, sir. However, I must have missed something myself. It's alright. I zigged when a zag was more appropriate. It's as simple as it appears. All I have to do is think a little to find the answer. What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? Was I supposed to point at this instead of this? Hey, Dreamy Human-chan, welcome to the stream.
Take that!
Oh, I picked the right thing, but I just didn't get it on what they wanted me to highlight. If you had 4 people, and you'd want to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet the kidnappers decide to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is, why? The icon for the bad badger looks so silly. I was wondering if you don't mind. Mr. Proto Badger, how did you know my name? You're pretty famous, sir. I would think that most people would know who you are. Famous? Me? Absolutely, sir. You're always very active in the community, I hear. Wow, I didn't know you were such a celebrity, Mr. Edgeworth. I feel like I've met this person before. Maybe it's just my imagination. So the Proto Badger here is implied to be the bellboy from the Gatewater Hotel from the very first Phoenix Wright game, who kind of appears a couple times. It's kind of interesting because the bellboy never gets a name. He's just called the bellboy. It's kind of funny that each badger we've met is a character that we've seen before, which is cool. You can also tell because he does the... if you talk to him, he does this pose right here. That's what the bellboy does. And interesting fact, I was wondering why the bellboy doesn't have a name, so I was trying to look it up. And apparently he was actually not originally planned to be a witness on the stand. And then they later on decided to put him on the stand. And they thought that it'd be funny to have him on the stand, but with his tray and everything. And that was kind of the start of them making the witnesses in these games a little bit goofy. Because at first I think they were going to go for something a little bit more serious. But then once they started with the bellboy, it kind of continued into them making funny witnesses, which is what we know and love about the series. Yeah, exactly. He's doing the cannon pose from Umineko. He's doing the cannon pose. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bellboy. The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. Huh? What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right! Let's get it out of there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. Well, minus the head. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Look, its hand is hurt. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. Wonder why this Bad Badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the Blue Badger. I always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? A vile criminal with a gun!
Eureka!
I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Huh? Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However... You there! Did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? Hey Flitchard, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for following me and being a froggy friend. No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. seems our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Look at how tiny the gun looks in the giant, like, costume paw. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers. But there's still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. Yes, I know you just came into the stream, but we literally just finished talking about the Proto Badger like 5 minutes ago. What timing? March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. We gotta hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo, that's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we might still be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. To be continued. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewaterland, main gate. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Oh no, he's been beheaded. Don't look, it's too terrifying to look at. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant! That's 2 treasures in one day! How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too! Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there! Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ugh. Pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Lauren. Hey! It's a name that's engraved on this. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Okay, so you can see now he calls Lauren Lolly. Suddenly her name makes more sense, because it's Lauren Pops. Lolly Pops. Lance! You're kidding! Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved. Or over. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor. What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. Huh. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Haha! Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We got the culprit's own confession and some incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pops. May I call you Lollipops? Yes? I want to hear from you. Tell me your side of all that's happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. Oh, why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? No, she's gonna cut her hair. Where'd you get those scissors from? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if it is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? Yep. I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as a losing mutt. Alright, you hear me. You heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. Miss Pop's confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. Who knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage? Or we knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amino would pay anything to get his son back, after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me, tried to kill me. There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you really said the truth? Yes, it is. That's the truth. It certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there's something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times? That's it. Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. If you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
Not so fast!
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to portray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena? Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet you didn't see that one coming. We knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh no, what should I do?
Okay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way?
No, stop it, Lord. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you always be unhappy.
Well, maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mr. Amino would pay anything to get his son back after all.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that?
Anyone who knows Mr. Amino would think the same.
I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Amino.
I always figured that was it too. And I was always envious of Lance for it.
Oh, because your dad's...
I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus.
That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know.
And here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea. Maybe he had planned on doing so from the beginning. Miss Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Was that even really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely.
Huh?
I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. The name Colin Devray is engraved here. I really admire people who can carve their own names into a pendant. Oh, and why would that be?
You have no imagination, Mr. Edgeworth.
Did you ever think that maybe people want to have their loved ones always nearby? It's not as if I had a wedding band. I have no interest in accessorizing.
I suppose. Anyway, you know what? More than wearing flashy accessories, I'd rather be engraving my name into every treasure I'll find around the world.
Sign of affection is one thing, but blatant vandalism is a bit different. It's the victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse.
It's got a real dignified look on its face. That makes it worth all the more.
Oh no, Mr. Edgeworth! What? Did you find an important piece of evidence?
This is made of platinum silver. That makes this thing super valuable.
I've seen this kind of jewelry at a lot of stores before, so I know it when I see it. Okay, if you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry.
What, me? I'd never do something like that.
Is it possible she has never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. There's a rather nice aesthetic to it.
Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know?
I was only talking about a shape, Kay.
Oh, is that what you're talking about? But you know...
If we're talking about wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. But that's not made of platinum silver, is it?
It's handmade, okay? I'm sorry it's not made of expensive stuff.
She made that by herself? It's incredibly well crafted. Lauren D is engraved on this pendant. I see they wrote out her first name, but why just the D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning.
I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K. Faraday. That way, even if you just sound it out, it'd still be my name, K. Faraday.
I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate as M. Edgeworth.
Hold on, I think you should abbreviate as M.E., get it? Haha.
Who would have thought that this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation?
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color.
They're even made of the same material. I believe these two pendants are actually one. Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. Why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
What? No, that can't be.
So the two made a set, huh? It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well, I'll show you this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what's written in Mr. Deveray's dossier. What I really want to point out was this. The specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind the pendants.
Take that!
Mr. Deveray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
That's a lie! That person was not my father!
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
Haha. What's so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility. I'll grant you the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amino. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that either one didn't know of their true relationship, right? You mean they knowingly committed the kidnapping as father and daughter? That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I better take a long, hard look at the evidence. I'll grant you the two of them are father and daughter.
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
Not so fast!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible they both knew that fact?
Hold it!
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amino.
Hold it!
One is a butler, and one is a friend of the sun, you mean? They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. Butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect they were in fact a family. Yes, from the very beginning they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Would you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence of the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Lang's line of logic factually correct? Did the two of them really knowingly commit the crime as father and daughter? This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers. 3? 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. I mean, I would think that if they drank from the cups, you could probably get some pretty good DNA evidence off that. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this 3rd person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who? Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Dick Gumshoe. Wendy Oldbag. I also love how in every game, in the court record, they never say Wendy Oldbags in the court record. It always just says security lady. Hey, Danger Gel, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today.
Take that!
Lance Amino. Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman.
However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said.
But I know I only saw 2 people.
This guy was being held hostage. It's possible you couldn't see all 3 of them. Now yes, about when you were being held, I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling me what happened while you were being held captive?
I don't really remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you?
Lance's testimony.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded, the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck they left me alone.
I like how they also just left his hands cuffed.
I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Through the underground passageway, I presume.
Ugh. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but... Now you believe me, right?
No, not quite yet.
Ugh. How could you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes?
Because he's a prosecutor, and that's all they're like. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. Tch. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers when I push a little.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail?
It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm.
And where were you when you experienced this calm?
Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been?
Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince.
I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth.
You didn't see your attacker.
They must have used some drug to knock me out. Before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct?
Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape.
Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers.
They spoke in hushed tones, but I catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely 2 people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I've been left behind like an unwanted mutt.
What do you mean by unwanted mutt?
What a pointless question. It's not like he's gonna tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well.
The wind. The wind animation.
My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck they left me alone.
Hold it!
Then those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you're still cuffed in that case.
I'm well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I'll forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape?
I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape.
Remember, our escape to be equally as hard. It's an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined.
The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Hold it!
By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed?
I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police.
Is that when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose? Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door?
It was easy. It was hanging right there in the room on the wall.
I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table.
Boy, does that bring memories of our situation, how we made our escape.
Indeed. And all the door and the floor of our room led to an underground room. The door and the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. Aru, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Hey Wallace, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you so much for entrusting your audience with me. You guys, please take a chance. Go follow Aru Doran when you get a chance. He's a really cool streamer. He's a ninja dog trainer from Neo Tokyo. He's awesome. He's got a lot of different outfits for his model. He always customizes it for each stream, which is really cool. He plays a lot of different games. He plays Final Fantasy XIV, he plays RPGs, he plays retro games, you name it. You gotta go check him out. Hey Wallace, thank you so much for following me and being a froggy friend. How was your stream, Aru? Did you have a good time? What were you playing? Thanks so much for entrusting me with your audience. Let me write you a shout out. What are you playing today? Feel free to sit back and relax, or go take care of yourself after your stream. I really appreciate you being here. We're playing some Ace Attorney Investigations. I'm Kirostyle, the frog-themed martial artist. We're on case 3. We're getting close to the end, so if you're wary of spoilers, just be wary of that. A secret passageway at our theme park. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? Oh, you were playing more Misadventures of Tron Bon and Rival Schools. That's awesome. Capcom games. And we have those Capcom Fighting Collection games coming out soon. I don't believe you, Lance.
Objection!
You say the door leading out was locked, but was it really? That looked a little suspicious.
We're talking about the room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena? Yes, that's correct.
Then take a look at this.
What's that, a sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Ugh. Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape?
Why didn't I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
Knuckle back!
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. What would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ugh! Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I abducted myself.
Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I want us to be well off with that 1 million, but now that dream is over.
Oh, Lance.
Then are you giving yourself up? Yes, I plan to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless, and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought it could only end badly. Yeah, maybe it wasn't $1 million, it was 1 million cents, like from the last case.
I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father.
Lolly, then it really was you. Chain of events.
That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot, and the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? Why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You'd be surprised how often people lie without realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Good night, Ash. Thanks for stopping by the stream.
That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this.
But I...
All you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that?
Alright. So at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
That was the ransom money, wasn't it?
Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me.
Thanks for coming to the stream, Felix. We'll catch you next time. Have a good rest of your day. And what did he tell you?
Well, he called on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it when it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me?
Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought.
Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time?
Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
And you felt your life was in danger, correct?
Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So... That's why I used the gun I got from Lance.
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon.
Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him.
Ha! And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. We're gonna continue questioning her. What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please.
Alright. There was a gunshot and the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot?
Yes.
And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot?
I was scared.
I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing.
Poor Miss Pops.
What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. His left hand, you say?
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed.
Then...
The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Knock him back!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand. Which is why the only hand he could have had the real gun in was his left. Isn't it possible it went down like that? Agent Lang, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in a court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier.
There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with $1 million in it.
According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand. Which would mean he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops?
Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the bad badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face.
But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claimed to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. They are both correct. Impossible! That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. So what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both his hands. He wasn't wearing pants, take that!
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and a body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, it's not possible the body was that of an entirely different... Is it not possible the body was that of an entirely different badger? A different badger? Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. Body of the bad badger Miss Pops saw was really this.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that's left is the proto-badger costume. Miss Pops, who is the one who wore the proto-badger costume?
That would be Lance.
Ugh.
Not so fast!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amino donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so she would pull the trigger. I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have to do all that, huh? There's but one reason. Lance Amino, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? No! That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. What does that have to do with anything? Depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Not so fast!
Huh. Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire, and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
We found one half of a bad badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun the bad badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where's the gun you use now?
I threw it away into the sea.
That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe we can safely assume it was the model gun in question.
Not so fast!
I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend you are right, and the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame.
Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because... I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
She saw the victim in the state of being restrained? What Miss Pop saw.
I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
So, Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again in the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone.
Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail.
I came back to the hideout long after the other two.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout?
It was after we picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you returned?
I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around the various areas looking for the best route.
So each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time?
He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes,
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
Hold it!
You are sure it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
Then are you telling me you did not confirm it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
She saw a Bad Badger head.
The captive had a Bad Badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his Bad Badger costume.
Yes, and?
It would appear she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not with this. This, Miss Pop, shows us the person you saw was not the victim.
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. It was me!
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth.
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was all to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume the victim was already dead at the time. Well, Lance, am I right?
That's...
You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a Bad Badger's head on. And then you made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended.
What do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the Bad Badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway.
Knuckle back!
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave. We've heard a lot coming out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All that could have happened while you're out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would still have seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really had no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see, it would seem you can't prove a thing. Ugh. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano.
Oh, Miles, my boy, it looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others.
Dad? Let's see. You're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now? Is that what I think it is? It's a bad badger costume the victim was wearing. And a gun.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears they were disposed of in the sea.
Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law?
There. Now, Agent Lang, please calm down.
What the heck is that scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
Oh, there now.
There is no need to be so upset.
Huh. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country.
Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you to anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking you, please respect the laws of the land.
I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence.
I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun,
the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What?
You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around.
That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I feel like Miles says this line more than he says like objection or eureka or hold it. This should be his new catchphrase. This bullet hole. It does look kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? Because it's proof the victim was shot at point-blank range. Could this be the gun, the actual murder weapon? What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle! I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. Why are they here?
Well, are these not the most definitive piece of evidence you've ever seen?
Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there.
Oh, here we go.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Oh, here comes the Presto theme.
And they prove it was Lolly who killed Oliver.
But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. Fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I could do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do, however, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wooed me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I have the best forensics techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I mean, anytime they tell me to raise an objection, I feel like I should. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on that gun is...
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake, we found fingerprints! Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house.
To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pop's prints found their way onto the gun. Ugh. You understand now, Mr. Amino? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh, Lance.
But no way! I'm just incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Yeah, because it's a point-blank gunshot.
Take that!
Let us take another look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you'll see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range.
So then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was...
Yes, she saw two people, but they were separated by distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be gunpowder burn. Ugh. Look at you, Mr. Smarty-Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was... I've got it! I know the real scene of the murder! The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof it is highly likely the victim was killed there. What proves the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? I mean, I find it weird. They fished out the costume from the river and found the mirror fragments inside. But if it was in the river, you'd think the mirror fragments might have washed out, but I guess it is possible for them to stay in. It's just very convenient. Yeah, now it's a really haunted house. There's actually a ghost there.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? What does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there's one place I can think of where it is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amino, I propose you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. It sounds like he's playing Clue. It was Lance, with the revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as a fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amino, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amino, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Sheena, wasn't there a mirror at the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Haha. Lang Zi says, on Truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. Question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house, besides myself, were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. I also noticed Gumshoe standing here, and he hasn't said a thing in the last like 15-20 minutes. Sheena. I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There's no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amino. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Sheena. I like how every time he needs something read, he calls her to read it for him. It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amino for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash. What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you... I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That $1 million you paid! Don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? How dare you call it disgusting? That's my disgusting suitcase. I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. What? While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. To be continued! Gosh, some of the antagonists in the investigation games are so infuriating, but like in a good way, because it's like, you know what happened, right? But you need that decisive evidence, and then they find ways to still get around your logic that make you jump through extra hurdles just to make it 100% convinced that they're the culprits. And I kind of like that. In a regular Ace Attorney game, sometimes it feels frustrating because, I mean, but obviously there's a legal process, even if they don't really follow it, but, right? But here it's kind of like, these are kind of informal investigations outside of the courtroom, right? So they take on a little bit of a different form that they couldn't do in a regular Ace Attorney game. So it's like, it infuriates you, but that's the point, right? We all know who the real villain is. Money. March 13th, 4:27 p.m., Gatewaterland Main Gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay? Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you can do at a time like this. What is that? When the people are in bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. I'm Kei Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lang. Ah, so you want to use your little toy. Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we need it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Huh, maybe I have and maybe I haven't, but I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well, I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At the time, I saw a badger slumped over the floor at the end of the hallway. Huh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking towards the exit. That's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway's a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so you used the costume as a perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. Nightlork, thank you so much for stopping by the stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, with $1 million, Mr. Amino could have bought 833.33 of Tanero's suitcases. Which part did he get with the .33? Just the handle and the wheels? Not even the useful parts? Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I could think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Lance? What? What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up with the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth? Or is it another lie? Alright then, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. He looks so silly. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. This looks so funny. Let's talk to everyone. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like out of some crazy dream. Except that it isn't a dream. This is something K's gadget. No way, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. I'm so glad you like it. Oh, this is the product of your gadget? Now I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You'd do that for me, pal? Thanks. Alright, let's wrap up this case already. At times like this, I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. It's the bad badger bonk. Okay, how is, Little Thief? Totally fine and recreating the crime scene. All that's left is more info. But you know, I can't believe I'm replicating a haunted house. And we're talking about the fate of $1 million. Pretty exciting stuff. I can't say I understand what is so exciting about recreating a crime scene. In any case, I believe it is very probable the murder occurred at this place. And if I can prove that, then we will finally arrive at the truth. Yeah, so what are you waiting for? Let's get investigating. Thanks for letting us use a Little Thief. Lang Zi says, reject not those who seek the truth. So keep in mind, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. So if you notice anything worthwhile, I have no obligation to talk with you.
Well, I'm fine with just Little Thief in solving this case. That toy. It's very well made. Ha! That's because it's the heart of the noble thief Yatagarasu. Okay, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. Huh. So, Sheena, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection from the girl's toy. So it's all an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show. You can- I like how he turns around and points at Kay. You can lie all you want, but it'll be all for naught, Lance. As soon as I expose the truth, you'll be placed under arrest. How can you do this? After all my dad has done for you. What's your father done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Ugh, unbelievable. You know, you kind of sound like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. If I'm not serious about this, he'll never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I would not allow him to remain a child forever. Huh, now you sound like a dad. Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? You plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? I've not forgotten my debt to you, however, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I'll never regret the choices I make. Miss Pops, by my hand, I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me? That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops. No, I can't. I have Lance. Lolly, don't tell me you like that guy more than me. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. What exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed. Who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is a real crime scene thanks to the mirror shards. Hey, wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on the wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. The pieces from that costume are clearly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormality. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try explaining it again, but this time so even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. I imagine this is how he snuck up on you. That gadget of yours can even replicate people's movements. Well, it's used to plan heists, so of course it's gotta be able to simulate the police. It's definitely well made. Perhaps too well made. Maybe I should confiscate it after the investigation. I remember glancing over and seeing this figure sitting here as I left the dining room. So I guess I got spot on when I put it here in my recreation. I didn't take a good look, but I'm sure there was a badger here. This looks so funny. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in the hallway. A prop sword.
Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes! It's possible the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth more thorough examination yet. Okay, what test do you want to run on the sword? The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Lang, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter? Like I have a choice. Sheena, call the lab boys. Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that it hit you then, right? Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. And in the next instance, this badger will swing his left arm complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination or something's not quite right? Kieran, thank you so much for the stretch, I really appreciate it. Kieran's playing through this game too, or he will be, so he's been pulling up my stream but leaving it tabbed out and then covered with another window so he can still redeem stuff when I'm playing. He said, I can't live without my best friend's streams. What a good best friend. If you're watching this VOD in the future, Kieran, because he also has it muted, if you're watching this in the future, you're awesome. You know, the Bad Badger's pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what do you expect from a character named the Bad Badger? And those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes him seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? Hey Lexi, welcome to the stream. It's me. I have to say it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time? I don't recall, but I would guess I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yeah, he's hitting you on the wrong side.
Eureka!
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about the sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, the sword's right side would be hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means he used the right hand to hit you. Exactly, this prop sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left or both hands, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? A gun!
Take that!
The Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right. But what now, if it wasn't in his left or his right hand? It means the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. It appears you lied to me yet again. Let's see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes. That's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. That level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Ugh. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it. Here I go. I don't know if this looks more scary or less scary than the other one. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and... Huh. What exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes. It was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you hear? You mean old werewolf. Me and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing out to whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There's a trick to this haunted house. What may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena. Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here on this pamphlet. The 7 wonders of the haunted house. The disappearing badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. As you can see, they set a doll down at the end of the hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badge you saw was just a stupid doll. How can this be? I guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Ugh. That can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he lay down and pretended to be instead. If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Huh. Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Ugh. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto-badger all of a sudden. If the slumped-over badger was just a doll, where is my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're gonna find out, right? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it's Lance. Oh, are you gonna get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how Great Thief works. The third statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I vowed to never be caught by surprise again. Oh no, I don't want to talk about this. This is where the Proto Badger shows up in our recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says, they are each other's worst enemy. All because of one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun. Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. I still think this picture is really cute, even though the Proto Badger is kind of creepy and the bad badger looks uneasy. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Oh.
Eureka!
Eureka! Hold on a second here, there's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be, I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? Who'd have thought all these just like minute details on all the badgers would come into play so many times? The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to the mirror shards. Hey, wait. These shards, there's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from the mirrors on the wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. The pieces from that costume are clearly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could VR pieces are not pieces of these mirrors. Wait, I already read all that. Oh. Duh. I thought the mirror shards I got were evidence, not logic. See, like, I thought it was in here. Okay, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh! That would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than a reflected image of a real one. Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down the hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh! It would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hall. Wait, but why build the place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for the very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. And it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so it could be moved. Then beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of the fragments has a design on them. Ah, if the pattern's the same on the other walls as the hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here.
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now, in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we could probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go now. The sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Hey, I'd like you to input some new information. Don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside. It was around then I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then... Yes, I believe that was when the mirror was broken. Okay, so when you stepped outside of the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that. Got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies...
Take that!
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point of this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction. I'm more surprised that everyone else just stood around and didn't say anything and try to interfere. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where this final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. That's kind of morbid.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Huh, you were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for the theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Ugh. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amino. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Ryugen, I appreciate it. Ugh. I'm sorry. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. Huh, as if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two, get them out of my sight. Oh wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. How quickly all these people just turn on each other. Dad! Yeah, Lance, stop playing dead. Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amino. You tampered with evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? How can I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know? You came to see me? What's that supposed to mean? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amino, about a case from 10 years ago. Case from 10 years ago? Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Sheena. It's known as the KG8 incident. Oh. The KG8 incident. Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amino Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling? There's that word again. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amino's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray. Father? Even though you pushed the crime onto your then-secretary, Mr. Deveray, I always suspected you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amino. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you, which is why he broke out. You hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. What the? Who the heck was that? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. Who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. So remember, Turnabout Airlines, Kidnapped Turnabout, and then Turnabout Visitor. That's the correct chronological order of these cases. And we know from what happened after Turnabout Visitor exactly what's going on here. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So, if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? What the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance, you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally have a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Huh, it's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amino in the smuggling ring, right? Lang. Don't you think that the guy coming here and trying to cover for Mr. Amino is someone else? I'm just saying. No, I would never do such a thing. Tuh, what the heck, our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah, so Agent Lang is suspected by relation to Mr. Amino. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? And there were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor never lost in 40 years. Every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts, why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. No, not the double finger point! Ah, what do I do against that? Please wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of a long-honored house of Lang in Zhengfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished, and it cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts, and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah. We still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all. Jim actually spoke one line. Or one word. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, are you gonna go home, Mr. Edgeworth? No. I've done nothing but been entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office? Surely nothing wrong will go down in my office, right? No problem, sir.
Excuse me?
Yes, what is it?
Thank you very much.
I mean, she also participated in the kidnapping, so shouldn't she also be arrested for something? Oh, it's okay, no need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. But he gave me a nice lollipop. Oh, cruel fate! What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure.
Aw, there she goes again, talking to herself. Okay, here she is, like, going through a really low point in her life, and you're just, like, laughing at her. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping.
No, I have no idea.
Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction.
Wait, then why did he...
I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops.
Me?
Lance realized the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating.
Father?
As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amino family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Oh, look at Edgeworth trying to console her. I actually feel really bad for her, even though she's a little of an airhead. Oh, now she's falling for him. Go on, speak your mind.
That is... Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Although, there is no need to thank me.
No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you.
Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Oh, we don't get to see Emma, Oldbag, and Meekins again this episode. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Actually, in fact, we haven't seen Meekins since he got arrested by Lang.
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't figured out who I am at all.
Huh?
If you haven't remembered it all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know.
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl?
Huh. Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Here, maybe this'll jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past. To that fateful day, 7 years ago, when I first met the then-child, Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. The end. Do you see what I mean when I say, like, all these cases actually get, like, connected together, which is actually really nice for once? I know, right? You guys are on the edge of your seats, all these cliffhangers. Which is why the next episode is called Turnabout Reminiscence. Ooh, that means that the title screen must have changed now, right? Oh, look, see? That's cool. There we go. Episode 3 of Ace Attorney Investigations 1. I like this episode because of all the characters we see that come back. Like, we have, like, Old Bag, Emma, Meekins, we have the bellhop, we get a reference to Viola, we see Phoenix cameo with Maya and Pearl, there's a reference to Max Galactica, Troop Grammary, the Gaviners, like, there's a lot of little Easter eggs here. The police chief, it's kind of nice just because, you know, again, it makes the Ace Attorney universe feel more connected, and the investigations games actually go out of the way to do that a bit more than the other games, which is nice. Although, getting towards the last, like, quarter of this case did feel a little... I mean, I knew it was going to happen because I played this before, but, you know, you get that little bit of frustration because you're, like, right at the end there, and then suddenly Mr. Amino comes out of nowhere and makes you spend an extra, like, hour proving the last point. But that's also kind of the exciting part. People say that, like, the best part, the reason why Ace Attorney breakdowns feel so satisfying is because it's like, imagine that there's someone in your life, right, that has been a gaslighter. They get away with everything and they trick everyone else into believing all their lies. But you know the truth, but you don't have any way to prove it. But then suddenly you take out all the receipts and you slap them with it and you show them that they're actually, like, horrible and they've done all these horrible things in front of everybody. Like, that's the satisfaction that you get from an Ace Attorney game, and that's exactly what it feels like, right? But thank you so much for joining me here on stream. So we're going to be streaming Ace Attorney Investigations for the rest of the week, every single day. Again, some of the streams will start a little earlier than usual, just so we have time to wrap up what we need. I've planned out all my streams because I already know how long each of the cases are. Next Saturday as well, that stream is actually going to be an afternoon stream instead of an evening stream, so just be wary of that, but I can't do an evening that day, but I do want to stream. So, Turnabout Reminiscence will take 2 streams to finish, and then Turnabout, the last one, will take 3 streams to finish, because it's actually pretty long. And then when we finish the first game, we can move on to the second game, which, if you guys are enjoying this first game, the second game is even better than the first game, so I'm super excited to get that one. And the second game, this is the first time it's been localized officially in English, so for a lot of people, it's their first time experiencing it, which is super exciting. Yeah, thank you everyone, I really, really appreciate it, all your support. Let's see if there's anyone streaming now that we can raid. Okay, Remy's streaming. He's streaming some chatting. And, oh, it's less than 1 week before his 2-year donathon. So let's go say hi. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow for Turnabout Reminiscence. Take care, guys. Bye, Froggy friends.